So what's been going on with you? Usually kind of laid back, right? Oh, nice. Mm-mm. So I'm getting ready for I forget what his wrestling name is, but my friend who's a wrestler, we're gonna do a horror chat, just chatting on Saturday. So getting ready for that. Like I said, I'm a zombie guy, so like I'm kind of just like re-listening to bits that I like my favorite bits from World War Z, the audiobook. Yeah. I've read it, but I've no, not the audiobook. Max Brooks. Yeah. He is Mel Brooks' son. Yes, he is. Yeah. 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 Well, I mean, hey, it was good though. It was good. I mean, yeah, yeah. You have you ever read it? Oh, buddy, you're missing out, man. You're yeah, you're you're in warnings, yeah. Yep. Oh. Oh, dude, just well, now, yeah, but oh, just I mean, it gets way. I mean, it ends up telling like, a tale after the zombie war. Well, before, after, and during the zombie war. So, um, yeah, it gets a little more fantastical than that. like, but oh no, well done. I think somebody summed it up best. It's a story about people more than about zombies. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, but yeah, you got to give it a read, or I mean, even the audiobook if you're down for audiobooks, because it's like a great like cast. Like each different like section is like somebody else. Well, except Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill does a few different ones. yeah, yeah. Simon Pegg does one, but he does it with an American accent. So like I had to like I was like, wait, he's in this, and I had to go back and like that was him. Like, yeah. A few Star Trek, a few people for Star Trek. Uh, DS9, um, Voyager. No, not O'Brien. Um, um, Odo, Tasha Yar, and Seven of Nine. Yep, yep. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, there's more, man. There's more, man. Like Alan Alda, isn't it? I know that one dated me. Wait, I can't remember if Mark Hamill actually does different ones, or if his because his character takes place in two different sections. So that might be what I'm thinking of. Maybe, maybe. Hmm. That is a weird slowdown. You're moving for me. You're moving too fast for me to follow exactly what you're doing. So like, I'm just kind of watching the results as they pop up. Woohoo! Mm-hmm. Mm. I don't. I don't. Well, I mean, care to care to care to give a rundown of like what you just did? And you still have the you're still able to rotate the camera even while you like move it independently like that. Well, no, I mean you can't. I mean, in that example, could you still rotate right there? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Mm. You. Oh. Hey, apparently we're okay in not adopting Git. Did you hear? Oh, okay. Apparently it's borked and like people like it bad. Like people were making like you would type in all the right commands and like it would like check back with you and like return back like yeah everything was good, but like it actually wasn't and it was like messing a whole bunch of stuff up behind the scenes. So in the last like week, I've seen a lot of like videos that are like done with Git. Nice, nice. A lot of stuff has that. Yeah. Oh, I think so. I think like if you're thinking like more like because we need to figure out somewhere like a repository, right? Have you heard of like Proton Mail? I think they have like a file sharing thing too. All right, I'll look into it. Um, eh, um, okay, I think I know what would be helpful. Says because like you are designing this with like everything to like have it be modular too. Like everything's tied to like the node, right? Like the player node, like the script, everything, and you want to keep like kind of its own local physics, right? So like okay, you like yeah okay yeah that's why okay so like I think like some kind of diagram maybe to like to go along with your notes of like what everything does to visualize it at some point would be helpful. I mean, you have been incrementally doing that, but I don't know if like there's one cohesive one. You know what I mean? Okay. Yeah, I've used OneNote. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Ooh, I do like that. Ah. Mhm. 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 Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. 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 Yeah. Um. Oh. Okay. I think as you were so as you were like laying out like your idea, I figured out what specifically I meant more. I meant like a flow chart for like your functions and stuff. Yeah. They exist like in program like software design. They that's they exist. Like and I only use them like for mapping out databases. Really, is as much as I really use. But yeah, you can use them for like they have more uses than just that. But I would have to look into it too a little bit. Yeah, you just flowchart out like basically data pipelines and control flow. From what I remember. Swish. Mm-hmm. 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 Or even box if you're not going to use that full rotation, limit it a little bit too. Don't even let it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and the inspector over there on the. Okay, all right. Mhm. Yeah, without like typing in the code. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Mhm. 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 Okay. What do you mean by toggle? Mhm. Mm. Mhm. You could also make it a. You could also make it a boolean, true or false. It's a data type. Yeah. 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 For yeah. You yes, you do. Yeah. 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 Oh yeah. It makes me think of that too. Like, yeah. Yeah, I messed a little bit with like not too much with Boolean algebra, but like just as much as I needed to for this, like for coding. So your if block when true engaged, that's the code that happens, and then if it's not engaged, any code you want happened there. Nice. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. I got one, dude. I got an Intuos. They are nice. But that's all you need. You don't need like you know like Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. If it happens, it happens. Oh, shit, what's that from? Oh, okay. Oh, yes, yes, yeah. The one with Ivan Drago, yeah. Yeah. Let's worry about it when she happens. Yeah, yeah. All right. So do you have like the movement and firing down enough now, to where you want to like move on to something else, or do you still want to tweak it? Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. We'll have to, yeah, have to see. I mean, because if you're okay, and then like if we'll see if like, yeah, see how like, because you're always gonna have some people who are affected by motion sickness, right? You just want to keep that number as low as possible, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. And and will some of that smooth out like once it's like the map's full size, and like, you know, there's not a checkerboard, you know, like there's like a tile, there's a tile set that like gels with it, you know? Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm. 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 Yeah.
Okay. Mm.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, V maybe? V or B? Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you need a throttle and a brake? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. You weren't using those for anything else, though? Oh, but not this mode. Oh, okay. Then you should be good. Yeah. think I need to add a little coffee. I gotta, I gotta stop laughing at my own jokes. I know, right? I gotta get on that. Oh, oh, this from earlier. Yeah. All right, I'm back. Huh, we are about at the hour mark anyway. All right. Sweet. played a bit of Minecraft recent, more than me. I think in the recent, past like few years, right? I don't know, what's fun? Yeah. You just play vanilla, like. Uh, gotcha. Okay. But I mainly either do like creative or like spelunking, like pretty much like, yeah, just exploring caves. Yeah. Mhm. Mm. Mhm. Mm. I never messed around with that too much. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Like fan out. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I usually like hit like four directions, maybe go on the diagonals too, and go eight directions out from a point and listen. And then if I don't hear anything after a while, then I drop down maybe or something. Well, if I exhaust, like, say I hit like the first like level where you can find them, I'll dig out in like four or eight directions, and then listen for like caves or like monster mob noises or something. And if I don't hear anything after a little bit, then I'll go back to the center and start digging down a little bit more. And then yeah. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. But okay, but will you like okay? So will you like say like put dirt to mark off like the wall so like hey, there's a cave here later? Okay. Uh oh. almost turned into a Minecraft stream. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. It's I don't know. It's definitely like a podcasty game. You know what I mean? Could be or like watch a movie. You know what I mean? Yeah, like yeah. Second screen. It's a second screen game. Mm. Depends how you play it. Mm. 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 Yeah. Permadeath. Yeah, that's a big thing. Yeah, I don't know. Um, do you do any MMOs ever? Ooh, oof, oof. How long did you play? Okay. But like, how, did you play it for like a few months or like like just for like a few weeks, like months? Okay. Mm, mm. Uh, yeah. Uh, is that it for MMOs? Okay. Oh, okay. I think yeah. Mm. Like 11. It's still running too, but that one feels like it feels like closer to like a more traditional. At least last I checked. At least last I checked, it was still running. But yeah, I don't know. They've been going in on like the trench coats and I don't know I don't know the new one. I don't know. It looked a little like dark for the art style for my taste, but like the armor and stuff look cool. Okay, yeah, you mean the mechanics? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Ah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just yeah, yeah. I feel yeah, I feel the same way. Mm-hmm. 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 I have not heard anything, so. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, I don't know. Would you consider playing another MMO or an MMO again, even when you already played? Okay. And I would note, like, for like adult time, like, like adult MMOing, like a lot of them do have, like, you can, like, if you feel like it, you can, like, boost ahead a little bit in certain ways. Depends on the game. I what was it? Old school RuneScape. I'm not opposed to the way they do it. But just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So it's, yeah, it's not. It doesn't have to be as grindy or time consuming. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. That sounds interesting. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, you still have that in Rust. You know what I mean? Like you got to like oh that group is from like they're playing they're in Europe. We're on the west coast of the U.S. Like oof, we got to take that into account. Do it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The only way I would consider it again is if we had enough people to like do it. Like to have if we had like 8 people, so like we could and like preferably like like a few in a different time zone. You know what I mean? Like it would be a thing. Yeah, it would be a thing. Yeah. I know. Yeah, but unless you basically want to play on an editor or like a boosted server, the only way to like really do it in like the thick of the real game is with enough. You got to have like the extra hands. Like, hmm. Oh, I agree. Yeah. Mm. Oh, yeah. No, but also like, no, what it's about. Um, Foxhole. Okay. 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 Oh. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Why? Ooh. Oh, the recent update. You said. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. How much is it? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. Cool. That's important with a game these days. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm. Yep. Someone did. All right. Yeah. I dig it. I dig it. I like it. Um. Any like fantasy like themed. You know what I mean? Like. Uh, yeah. Well, um. Yeah, I think I did both the Final Fantasies and RuneScape and a little WoW. WoW was my least favorite. do to get people in chat. I did download a chat game. But I think it's just like the one that's like pretty popular. Oh, is this the name of that? It's Kukuro. Kukuro. Yeah. It's on Steam, so you can check it out if you want to. Yeah, second one. Yep, that's it. Yep. So we got that. But yeah. That was a good aside, right? Well, that's kind of why we're getting into this, right? Yeah. Well, the the demo. Okay. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, and visually it's nice too. I heard like price and like major details were released. Why? What's your take? I haven't looked into them. What's your hot take? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I've seen it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm familiar. I've never played it, but I'm familiar. I've seen like videos of it, so like I see how I've seen how different it is. Mm. Nice, nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um. I would say probably because there's VR support. Yeah, so I think Godot would probably be able to do it. Yeah. Oh, there's like yeah, I made the switch like yeah. I can't go back to controller for first person shooters or even third person. Maybe some. It depends on the third person game. Like if it's slower paced, maybe. But uh, probably want to do it with an if. Yeah. Like, uh, even even in that section of the tutorial, like I watched, like I learned like some good practices too. That probably go back and clean this up and implement. I don't really know how much like I don't like have to see because like probably like using like match cases and stuff in place. There's probably uh so instead of like doing a bunch of different if checks, you could just be like, hey, if this one thing, and then like you're checking against this one thing, and then like if it turns up this, do this, this, and this, and then just like each condition real quick. Just checks for a match on each of them. It's a lot cleaner in certain instances. But I don't know. I'd also have to like look closely and see if it's necessary in certain spots. I don't know. But yeah, the larger point is that it's helpful so far. Yeah, I. Whoa. This is that clip that. Mm. Okay. Um. Yeah, well, that's just gonna say if it is pressed. So maybe put that. I mean, you can cast it as like an int. Like int is, yeah. See, built in. You might need a. I don't know. Oh, you might. You don't need one in front of input. I don't think. Uh, shift around. That might just be telling you the types that it can take. So you might not even need the from actually in it. I would just put like if that input is pressed, check if it is, and then just modify stuff. Sweet. Said sweet. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jarring still, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Not as bad. Yeah. So both jet and hover are good now. Good enough. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yep. Hmm. But just. Mm-hmm. I'd say it's demo worthy. Yeah, like as is, right? Yeah. I don't know. It might just be have to like offset like frame rates or something. Like I don't know. Mm-hmm. All right. Is it good? Is it good? Okay. Sweet. Where'd they go? Nice. Good, man. So what? We just need. So what? We just need some basic AI and some basic, like mobs that can attack back, like one, and then what? Like a stationary target, like maybe some stationary targets, and then. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So you want to stick with like, yeah. Okay. Well, um. eh, mhm. Yeah, they will. Yeah. All right. I need to freshen up on some fuel and a bio break here. I am back. Got some oatmeal. Got some oatmeal warming up though. Yes. Oh yeah, but protein with it's like oatmeal protein. Oh, yeah. Everything's got to come. I've been on kind of a break this last week. Yeah. Um. But no, like I did. I at least did watch some more of like that course, like a little bit, but didn't get too much. Like I'm on like I got to go back and refresh on like shapes a little bit, refresh on those. But then I was on shading shapes. So I don't know. That's the thing. I want to learn a little bit more before I draw too much more. Oh, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, um, um, if I catch up and like start like, I could probably like, if depending on the timing, if I'm like able to do some tile, like do some like basic stuff, I will. But yeah, if we gotta go with stock, we gotta go with stock. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I won't. I'm just grabbing. Hold on. So yeah, some switched because I'm not getting your audio now. I hear you, but like it's not coming through like your feed. Uh, yeah. Well, I'm just saying now we lost yours because you're not bumping anymore. Like on an OBS. Yeah, you're not the OBS mixer. You're not. I'm not getting any levels for you. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like whatever audio source I get from whatever you're sending through the Ninja. Well, no, but I'm losing your mic is not on the stream. Is what I'm trying to say. Sorry. Yeah. It was there a few minutes ago because I remember seeing it like before I think it was there like before you like tried to like do something with the sound for this.
It should be back.
You're back. Yep. Okay. Cool.
Sorry about that. I
No worries, man.
triggered that. So, um, as you can see, the combat's just kind of hectic. The red things that don't actually hurt you, they're just like things that exist. Now, the ones with hurts will do it. If you just saw that thing flash on screen, that is the titular boss,
Okay.
and he'll literally chase you in like a horror game like Nemesis style thing, screaming at you
Mm-hmm.
while you're running. Something like that would be an interesting um, thing to implement. Probably pretty easy to implement. Now, I don't necessarily think that that's the only one that should be there. Like a standard shoot 'em up style boss would be better.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm thinking something along the veins of a boss like thing. And there's no story in this. This is just shooting things and seeing if the gameplay's fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
In this demo. and then we can. I have ideas for the story, for a narrative, uh, and such, but I feel like um, as far as gameplay goes, I feel like it's probably better to like nail that down first. Um, so a scoring system is definitely going to be necessary.
Yeah.
I do feel like, and this doesn't have to be the first pass of the demo, but I do feel like feedback is important. So me like trying to find a way to animate a hit, be it the character flashes, the enemy character flashes, or your hit, your character flashes, or the character flashes, and there's a little like decal that pops up with like an explosion, showing that hey, look, it got hit. That's crucial.
Mm-hmm.
Score mode. Uh, Obviously, trying to get some stock audio effects, playing some music, playing. Is there anything you can, like, from what you see, what is missing? And I'll be right back. I have to go back to the
I
kitchen.
heard a beep. Yeah, sorry, I was getting a message. Somebody was asking me something, and they said they're gonna watch the stream. So
Alrighty. So you said you were chatting with someone about streaming?
yeah, somebody was asking me what I was doing, and I said I'm streaming right now. And they said they would pop on.
Oh. Riveting content.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, I think after like missing the one stream, like might have like
It probably reset it back down to 0, and you need to get that back up. And it definitely did seem like the more people showed up, like all you need is like one person to show up, and then like chat, right? And that probably puts you in like a higher
you'll be higher up in the browse section. Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, so kind of just with the simple design, the simple player toy that we have here, and like the throttle mode, the player input, the switch and stuff. What from like your clean eyes, right? What do you think would be a really necessary thing that is missing, right? So like health bars, um is it another firing mode, right? Like missile mode.
Just to keep it like bare bones for the demo, a health bar,
Mm-hmm.
and the mini map, and then some kind of like maybe off-screen indication of radar, but maybe like that
Yes.
might be a bunch. Like
No, I'm in the same ballpark with you there. So I was thinking like something kind of like when they're at least close enough, right, to you, that there's like some kind of highlight around the perimeter of the screen that indicates that like coming in from this angle, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, I would say that like, for demo purposes, I don't know. You probably don't need too much else.
Yeah. I mean, so it's not quite like what enter the gungeon. So actually, if you're not familiar with it, this is kind of I'm not necessarily the biggest fan. I've not played it, so I don't have an opinion on it. But what I've seen of the gameplay, it's not necessarily for me, but apparently it's very popular, and I do like aspects of it. So there's this game called Vampire Survivor, and it's very simple, as you can see, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think like there's no even animation, right? Like the character isn't even animating his attacks. It's fascinating that this game was popular.
Oh.
Oh, dude, this game was like buku dollars. This guy made
What?
a lot of money. Yeah, this guy made a ton of money off of this game. Like I don't get it. Now, don't get me wrong. This is the beginning levels, right?
Uh-huh.
And like this is kind of like the whole like it's just a fun vibes game. Honestly, I do think like where the guy's met most of his success was he professionally worked on slot machine games,
Okay.
and if you as it progresses, you'll start to see a lot of the psychological tactics slot machines use to build engagement, right? So number goes up, right? It's really easy. Number goes up. There is a random like your weapons, your like upgrade path. You choose, but you don't get to choose everything. Like it's not perfect and stuff. And there's like a good cadence of it. So this guy's 5 minutes in, and he's gotten how many levels up? You can see this bar going up. His levels are going up. So those things are maybe what people want. I'm not necessarily leaning into that, but the gameplay style, how like this is a little more melee based, or I think right here, see how it's like stupid casino psychology things. I don't understand how people fall for this stuff.
Well, the slot machine stuff, yeah.
Or like this. You'll see it when the screen comes up in a second or two. It's just ridiculous.
Oh,
It's
the
so
chest
bad.
opening?
Yeah, well, it gets worse. It gets worse.
Oh.
You're real behind. Or maybe that was the worst of it. No, there it is. That one's terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like it's terrible in a way where it's like
It's playing on psychology, yeah.
it's just like, oh man, I don't know. But either way, I don't mean to put my own opinion on something that's far more successful than anything I've ever done.
Yeah.
Right? Like if people enjoy it, people enjoy it. The point here is I see the gameplay being a derivative of this, right? It doesn't have to, like the upgrade path, the because it's either this or let's say what Gradius. Let's do Gradius. I don't do these either, but let's look at a Gradius gameplay if I can find some. So like a standard shmup. If you remember what Loki was showing us.
Yeah.
Wow, the stream is real behind.
Yeah.
But I see it as like a mix between the two. That's kind of what I want to experiment with, and because it's not necessarily a genre that exists, this like top-down dungeon shooter that like handles the same way. It's going to require a little bit of out of the box thinking for like the gameplay loop. Toys are one thing, enemy toys are one thing, player toys are one thing, but creating like an engaging psychological loop, right? Like Vampire Survivors, like even this one, right? Which I think Vampire Survivors is a pretty easy one to try and shoot for first, because the content in the Vampire Survivor one, the one I was showing previously, was like just endless swarms of enemies, and they kind of just create the random environment where you don't have to create a level, right? Whereas a game like Gradius or something like that, this is precise level design. It requires a lot of like precision and fiddling.
Well, hadn't you kicked around the idea of a roguelite? A roguelike or roguelite, either one.
Absolutely, but not in like not obviously not in the demo, right?
No, not in the demo.
Yeah. But if like when I was saying that I was like getting out of my smart zone of like low, like not biting off more than I can chew, when I was beginning to bite off more than I could chew, I was thinking like, well, what if this was a ship? You upgrade your ship path, right?
Yeah, like I mean, even for
and
like,
it is like
yeah, you could do even like a few simple, like even if like the demo is like a couple levels, you could like implement a basic roguelite.
one
Like
level
a little upgrade.
again.
Yeah, even one level.
No,
yeah, true. Yeah,
you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. It wouldn't be once you get like the basic enemy patterns, like just some level of enemy patterns, some level of scoring system, so that there can be like reasonable progression tracking, right? To then justify like when do you get that next upgrade. There, yeah, you know, it would probably be pretty easy to do a very rudimentary XP based system of like kill so many monsters, suddenly a screen pops up and you get a choice to pick like your next upgrade or something like that, right?
Exactly what I was thinking. Yep.
And that's
Well,
an
maybe
easy
I,
thing
I
to
wasn't thinking
experiment
like
with.
XP, but like yeah, just like something triggers like a choice. Yeah.
Yeah, score.
Yeah. Score. Yeah.
Maybe it's waves, number of enemies through.
I
given a
like
certain
wave
amount of time.
games. I like wave games.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so then
We
the other one.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The other thing I did think about too, to just kind of experiment between like the feel of it, is emulating like common, like well understood real world references to media. So the trench run in Star Wars.
You touched on that. I think last week. Yeah.
And trying to like simulate that and see if there is something there. I had, yeah. So that's where I am.
You're well. Okay, you're further ahead than me, like implementing stuff, but I think I'm a little further ahead, like on the book work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in the intrinsic like coding knowledge and such.
But I also did like I took a step back from like doing stuff to like, you know, like yeah, to learn. But I have been missing the doing stuff. I don't know, but I don't know. I think we're at a good us like good like chat break. Don't you think?
Yeah, sure. Let me take 2 seconds to get a small cup of coffee, instant coffee up. Are you familiar with Tim Robinson at all? He's a comedian.
Sounds
Did I miss you?
familiar. Yeah,
Oh.
no, I'm still here.
Alright.
It sounds familiar, but I can't put a face to it. I'll look it up.
HBO. He has a like Netflix ones. I forget what his like YouTube shorts and Netflix ones are, but
Oh, it's the guy. Dude, there's like a whole subreddit like about like the memes for that his one show. like like I've never watched a show. I think it's I think you can leave or something, or should leave. I think you should leave.
probably
Maybe.
yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds right.
Yeah.
So I was oh wait, hold on. I was watching some of his stuff more recently. One was he was in a movie with Paul Rudd.
Oh, okay.
Gosh, I forget what that one was called, Friendship or something like that. Anyway, in that movie, he's literally fucking insane. This guy, he also acts like such a straight, like insane person. It's fantastic. Um, but let's see. He he does this stupid thing where he is at work. I forget his job, but he's at like an office job, and he's pouring himself a cup of coffee. And this guy is like evil, and like mundane evil,
Okay.
in such a way where he just fills his coffee mug to the literal brim. You know, like
Yeah.
but like how it's like kind of above the freaking top, and he's just
Yeah.
walking down the hallway saying, "Full cup of coffee." It's just ridiculous. And the reason I bring it up is after that, I'm like, this guy's psychotic. Like, who fills it to the brim like that? But after I watched that movie, I can't help it. I am accidentally filling all my cups of coffee to the freaking brim, and I feel like I'm this like psychopath, Tim Robinson.
Well, why are you doing it?
What just happened now is my eyes are so bad. It was dark, and
Oh, okay.
the water was pouring out, and it's unintentional every time. I swear it's
Oh,
unintentional.
all right. Well, then, yeah. It's not like you're filling because like it sounds like he's filling it up like with the intention of like it being an issue, right?
Honestly, I do think so. Like you kind of watch and you're like, I don't get it. But with the way that movie goes, he's like a narcissist,
Mm-hmm.
but like a socially awkward narcissist.
Mm.
So like it's just all sorts of kind of weird.
Oh, okay. Huh. Well, you said psychopath, so I didn't consider like that angle.
It's truly psychopathic, man.
I don't know. So how long do you feel like going tonight?
Uh, you know me.
Okay, it's one of those. All right.
I just go. I go until I don't. Um, I don't. I truly. I am kind of at like a point where I don't know what to do immediately next. Like, what is easily obtainable to do. Obviously, I'm just right now messing around with the level editor. Uh, just
Tweaking
to make
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, just to make it like not hurt the eyes so much
Oh yeah.
when testing, right?
Way better.
And yeah, that lack of checkerboard is just so good. Um, I do feel like some polish is probably just going to be kind of important to know if it feels good, right? I think cursor reticle, more feedback of like some kind of intuition that like here is where like basically that 90-degree line is where you're maximizing your turn radius, right? Unless you're then pressing a button at the same time.
Oh, that might be a good spot to go next then.
Like HUD,
Well, it'd be
kind of
the
like
first step in implementing the reticule. Yeah.
yeah. I do think a lock-on system, and I really don't know how it works, but gun is one thing. I feel like missiles would just make it a whole level of fun,
Yeah, I don't
right?
think it'd be
Because
that hard.
like
Yeah, just even from what I've seen in the tutorial, I think like we could probably get something going.
um and then yeah. So what? Um yeah, I'm kind of out of my depth at this point. Like I was able to do
I don't know. We
player
could,
coding pretty decent.
yeah, we could take. I mean, we could like just take like some time, spitball. Like,
All right. So mock-ups are good, all right?
oh yeah, you could like use the time to document or something. I don't know. Or yeah, like yeah, I'm in a chatty mood if you can't tell.
Yeah, that's fine. We can chat. If you want to chat about something else like shop, we've been talking shop all night so far, so
Well, maybe not shop. I don't know.
yeah, not shop. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's chat something not shop.
I don't know.
I mean, gas prices, am I right?
Mm,
we
too
literally
easy.
filled up
Oh,
we
go
literally
ahead. Go
filled
ahead.
up our tank yesterday, And I'm like, man, like, why did we have to lose gas? Like run out of gas today because it was just like that day, like price went up to like 20 cents or something like that.
Mm.
And like, oh man, this sucks. I should have done it a little bit sooner. Or like maybe we could have waited a little bit. And nope, just still did it. Then this morning comes and it's another 30 cents.
Oof.
It's 4.69.
Oof. I forget. Like it's been like hovering around like 410, 420s, like around here. But I haven't looked in like a couple days. So it might
Yeah,
have been,
it jumped. It just oh gosh. Thank God we don't have a gas guzzler. We don't have a truck, an SUV or something like that, man. I don't know what people are doing otherwise. Like, freaking tax returns already gone.
yeah.
But yeah, the weather's cold.
Yeah, I'm ready for it to not be.
It's a bit weird. I don't understand what's going on. I'm okay with it myself because it means we don't have to spend money on air conditioning yet.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it'll be a mild-ish like lead up to it, up to like the warm up. I don't know, man. It's gonna. I don't know. We'll see how it shakes out.
Right? Nobody like it's gotta be what it's gotta be.
Yeah.
Just gotta be like, oh boy, we're locked in. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's so bad. I can't. I can't. I really don't want this to be the thing anymore. I don't want this. I want something better.
I don't know.
So
So I was chatting with somebody and they mentioned about like, New York City's doing all right. Like they're implementing a lot of good policies and turning stuff around. Like,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I know. And he recently held like a press conference or something about like not like I think there was like 100% tax write off or something for like $5 million apartments or something.
Whoa.
And he
I said, whoa.
yeah. And he is like, well, we're gonna claim back like 15% of that. Like, so apparently that tax wasn't always 100% write off. It was like an 85% write off or something like that. Well, it was then eventually 100% write off, and like it's for people who live in Florida and never move, like never come to New York except for like overnight or something like that, right? And they're like multi-billionaires, multi-millionaires or something like that. And he's doing this tax, and it seems like he's going to be able to get this extra tax. It's going to fund for free buses, like he was saying, or something like that, right? I don't know. Something actually getting done and making people's lives better is good news to anyone.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I heard so the friend mentioned, it's the wrestler guy. He was saying apparently there was something like during the snowstorm. Did you hear about that one?
There's a snowstorm.
During a snowstorm, like not now, but during a snowstorm like this winter.
Okay.
Apparently, like they implemented a program where they like just started paying like people to like shovel sidewalks and stuff.
And it worked.
Yeah, just like, but anybody could, you could just be like, okay, well, yeah, like getting like the people of the city to like shovel the sidewalk. I'd have to look into it, like verify it. But...
I mean, on a level, it's like, why, like that makes sense, right? Like if we have Uber Eats, right, and that's just like Uber can pay people money to like be a taxi for people. Like, why can't your city be like, yo, go clean up the street real quick? Here's a little stipend. That's innovative. I never would have thought of that, to be fair.
So I don't know. See how it shakes out.
Yeah. I mean, we need alternatives. We need something to work. Like what we've been doing since at least like the late '90s hasn't been working. So.
Yeah.
You playing any new games?
No, so let me look what I re-download. So for the like my like the working my work profile, like
Mhm.
I downloaded old school RuneScape. But then I downloaded like coding games like that Turing Complete I was talking about with man, I forget his name now. He was a data scientist. But yeah, I downloaded some of those. But yeah, other than that, just RuneScape. I played a little Fortnite last weekend, but but new games. Yeah, that was your question. New games. No. Well,
Anything on your radar? It doesn't even have to be playing, right? Like anything just on your radar?
I want to play. So okay, it ties into RuneScape. Yes, there's something on my radar. Oh, I gotta feel a sneeze coming.
I'll let you to it. It's really bad, but we'll work with it.
Okay. No, hold on, one more coming. Okay, just give it a second. Whew. Nope. It's that cold weather, man.
All them allergies coming back or something?
I don't know. Whew. Nah, I don't really get allergies. It's just like when the weather changes,
Gotcha.
like temperature change. Whew. Hold on. What is it called? Oh, Dragon Wilds.
Not heard of that.
You did or didn't?
Mm-mm.
It's a survival game set in like the RuneScape world.
Okay.
Yep.
Like DayZ survival? What you mean?
Um, close. Probably closer to Rust, like more co-op focused.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Like teams, you mean?
You don't have. You can play solo. I'm pretty
Or
sure.
PvE?
More PVE, but I think there is PvP.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So,
But yeah.
that's RuneScape. How does RuneScape look? I need to, when people say RuneScape, I never actually played it, so.
Oh, old school's fun, man.
Oh, it's like full graphics.
Dragon Wilds, yeah.
Wow. Wait, that's RuneScape 3. What's it called? What's the first one called?
Old school
Just
RuneScape.
RuneScape?
Old school.
Old school.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still full like polygons and stuff.
Yeah. But you can get a plugin manager. Um, and there's like custom plugins that like make the graphics look a little bit better.
Yeah, kind of like our mutual friend who was really big about the ray tracing
Um,
Minecraft.
not like that. They're actually cool. Like one is to like do like a different animation
Shut.
on like the like really hard to get capes or something.
Shots fired. These are actually cool ones.
Yeah. No, but actually most of them are like useful for the game. Like like the most common one is like the Quest Helper plugin, and it'll like
uh,
it'll highlight stuff on the map. It'll show you how to do like the puzzles and stuff. Like they get it'll even tell you like what bosses are coming. Like, it breaks down the quests into sections, and like it'll tell you what items you need to take for this section, what level, like what enemies you're gonna encounter, you know.
mm-hmm.
And then also has like tips on how to like fight the bosses or whatever too. It's just a walkthrough built in, basically, with
Okay.
with like highlighting to help you. I think old school is a bit grindy.
I mean,
But
it's an RPG, right? Like that's
yeah, but I mean
that's its genre.
but over a summer, I think I spent maybe about $100, you know, over like 5 months, and like that like shot me and like that way I was able to like not I was able to like still I was able to have a life and not like have to like grind like 12 hours a day. Like I could play it at a more casual pace.
Is there like rent? Like what like so? What do you mean by like?
So
Do you have to pay for like your food in game or something?
no. So like there's there's membership, and you can do it one of two ways. You can pay just cash and like there's your membership, or
Mm-hmm.
you can there are these things in-game items called bonds. And what people do is like you could it's basically like it's a money dump to like balance the economy, you know what I mean, to burn cash.
Okay. Okay.
So you take real in-game gold, you go buy a bond, and then you can exchange that for membership too. But then on the flip side, you can spend real world money to buy bonds and then exchange them for in-game money too. But you can just sell them on the market.
Do people sell bonds for real world money, or is that like you have to do it through the server?
So this is their official way to do it. Like there is still real world trading, like in the game, and
Okay.
you'll get cheaper rates, but like the money comes from bots most of the time, or like stolen credit cards and stuff.
No shit, really? Like
Mhm.
real money?
No, yeah, people
Oh
pay.
wow.
Yeah. You can spend real money to buy a bond and then exchange it for
To a
in-game
real,
money.
but like
To
to another player, to not just the server.
it'll go to another. The bond will go to another player because you sell it on the stock, like the Grand Exchange.
Okay.
Yeah, but it'll all be in-game, like
So
like sanctioned. You know what I mean?
yeah. Okay. Wow.
So yeah, I bought bonds, and that gave me like gold to just like buy enough like resources to just power level, like on like days I played. So yeah, because like I had played like I still have like I still have my original account on RuneScape 3. I've played like since almost the beginning. But like I didn't when I got into old school RuneScape, I had a fresh account, so I was like, you know.
Mm. So is it like Diablo where you have like a player level and you can max out or you can't?
So
You have like is it
I forget the number, but there's like 20 some skills. Okay,
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure they all 99. That's the max. Um, and then but for combat, there are only certain ones that count towards your combat level. Attack, defense, strength, hit points, prayer, magic, ranged. Um, and then there's three different like combat styles. There's melee, ranged, magic, and like prayer can be used throughout all three.
Okay. And what is prayer like? Just like your affinity to like a deity?
No, it's just you bury bones and your prayer level goes up, and then you can like you can like pop prayers up that like your prayer your prayer level becomes your resource. Like your prayer level will drain, and then when your prayer level hits 0, like you're out of prayer points and the prayers go away. And they mainly like buff and stuff. Like the most common ones that are used are like the protection spells, like protection from melee, ranged, and magic.
Okay. Okay. So like in a level D&D style prayer. Magic.
Yeah, more so. Yeah. And then regular magic has like there's offensive spells, but there's also like utility spells. Like there's one like high level alchemy where like you just turn stuff into gold.
Okay.
Yep. Hell, there's one that's called Bones to Bananas, where you turn like bones into bananas. Yeah.
And I would assume that's bananas like food.
Yeah. Yep. There's a cooking
Like
skill.
an alchemy resource. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you able to sell bananas for like $10?
I don't know how much they go for, but that's the
Parks
thing.
and Rec reference, dude.
Oh, I haven't seen it in forever, and I don't think I've seen every episode.
How much can a banana be? $10?
Over my head. Over my head.
Just like the price of a banana to a rich person.
Yeah. But I don't know. People play for different reasons. Some people like to do PvP. There's a whole section of the map called the Wilderness, like where PvP is just on.
Okay.
And it's
so like in a safe zone, you can't just get mugged.
No, there might be PvP servers, I think still, but I never got into PvP much.
Yeah. I just don't think that that's a lot of. I think that's just too much stress, and it's a video game is not.
But you can opt out. Like there's, you know what I mean. There's a spot to do it. There's servers to do it. Like you can totally never touch. I've never touched that side of the game.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I mean, though. It's like even having like dedicated anarchy servers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or like literally, anarchy probably isn't the right word. Dedicated lawless servers.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be very precise with language. That has to like that just makes the game different and turns it into more of a chaotic kind of game because nothing matters. It's a nihilistic game, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't in video game where like you can respawn, right? You can't really foster cooperation and accommodate for conflict without creating rules within that game world for it, right?
Yeah.
So like going back to Eve at the beginning of the stream, the one thing that made this when I started playing Eve for this one event that happened, like this one literally player created event that happened, was it happened at a main like literally like NPC owned hub, and it's not that you can't attack people, it's that there's literally a cost if you attack people in this place, right? Like like as far as Eve lore went, there's the police of the local sector or something, right? And if you decided to kill someone in that area, the police would show up and kill you. Well, but since that was still handled in the real, like in the game itself, the people who organize this event. We're like, yeah, no, okay, that's gonna happen to us. It's fine. We'll just keep boosting in ships and just keep cycling through. Like we're respawning and we're just doing more ships or something like that. But there's at least still this cost to it, right? I don't know. Eve is probably like one of the best examples of like a true balance between player choice and freedom and still being able to foster like a coherent world, at least when I played it. So there's, technically speaking, maximal player freedom of choice. There's no place of the game in Eve where you can't do something that you can, like, anything you can do, you can technically do anywhere. It's just, if you go and kill a random player character in an area where you're not supposed to, there will be consequences.
Yeah.
But I don't know, because like right now the problem with Eve, from what I understand, is like if you are a new person and you, like you're saying, you have to spend real world time, real world like energy or real world money to like get a really good ship, and someone who's just like been playing this game forever or has spent more money on the game than you decides to blow your ship up and like, yeah, eat the cost of like their ship getting blown up, but like they're already a millionaire or something like that, right? In games, so like they'll just be like able to replace their ship, no problem. But yet you, lowly pleb, you lost a lot of stuff. So like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that stuff, right? It's one reason why it's like single player games kind of like mesh with me right now a lot more.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like I said, in RuneScape, you don't have to. That's its own thing. It's there if you want it, but I don't.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not how I play the game.
It's not like Diablo where it's like you're in a hardcore Diablo thing and you just get ganked or something and you just lost your level 100 player or something.
No, no. No, yeah, I think death in RuneScape works. That you just like when you die, you go back to like the spawn area, and you keep your 3 most valuable items. And I think there's ways to like, I think protect one more or something. Or
do you have like homes or anything like that? Like,
yeah, there's player owned houses, but they're instanced.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So one motif.
Actually, there's a construction skill, and that's how you build your player-owned houses and other stuff. Like they just came out with sailing, so like it ties into sailing too.
Instancing is probably the one area where it's like if you provide for meaningful amounts of instancing and safety, and it's basically like the meta, air quote, like the game is like a risk reward of like what you choose to bring and what you don't choose to bring, right? That I appreciate. That I can mess with, because again, it's all done within the realm of the game. Where like, again, going back to Rust, if it's all the time and you got a life, like what is this game doing?
Yeah, well, the player-owned houses aren't like a base or anything. They don't get destroyed. Like they're actually like a community thing. Like is when most of them get like used. Like you can use them for other skills. So like what you can do, like what I use other player-owned houses for is they have a prayer altar where if you bury bones there, you get bonus XP. And they have these 2 braziers there that as long as they're lit, you get even more bonus XP. So there's people who just run like altar houses.
No, that's cute.
Yeah, and like it's the best XP. A lot of so.
Yeah, I love that stuff. I think there's like a game called, I think Star Citizen. I think it's another one, where like basically altruism, like that wasn't anticipated. It's like it's a game where like you're flying around in space, but like if you lose fuel or something like that, there are literally like good Samaritans that just fly around, find you, and give you fuel.
That's cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's for I can think of oh crap. There was like a guy who just like hung out by the spawn bank. It was just like I think he was like, oh yeah, it was him and his wife, I think, and they're just like, I am the meat man, and he's like, I am the. She's like, I am the meat lady, and they're like, here's meat.
Reminds me of there was like a medic in Daisy that was like literally didn't use any weapons, and he just went around and he just healed people whenever he could, and obviously people would kill him when they got the opportunity, and he'd have to start back. But that like, he was known as the medic.
Mm-hmm. A player character, right?
Yep.
Yep. Say okay.
Yep.
Say yep. Yep.
So it's like a player just role playing as literally like the Red Crescent, the Blue Cross, the Red Cross, something like that.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Doctors Without Borders, whatever they are.
Yep. Yeah. So RuneScape's good for that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's good vibes.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know. I did get into sailing when it came out. It's a lot of fun. I'm not too far like leveled up on it.
Is there like exploration with sailing, or
Yeah,
like what's the benefit?
Yeah. Like actually, like one of the ways to gain XP is like charting the sea.
And is it like the server has like a randomly generated sea, or is it kind of instance
Nope.
in its own way?
It's the same way. It's the same. It's the same. Like it's the same shared like overworld map, and like,
Okay.
you'll pass other people on boats.
That's pretty neat. And can you shoot from boats?
Yes, there's cannons.
You can be pirates?
Yes, you can be pirates. Yes, you can be pirates.
That's cool. Boarding actions. Let's go.
I don't think that's in there at the time. There might be something with that later, but not right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any PvP with it right now, so it's all like PvE.
Okay. Well, that's even better because like you're saying, like you go, you chart, and there's risk, and so like okay, you can't. Yeah. So like they're then preventing pirates, literally, right?
Yep. And then, well, I think you can do fishing from it. There's bounty tasks. You can run cargo from port to port. There's like racing trials. There's like deep sea trawling. There's deep sea salvaging. You can have a crew. You can recruit NPCs as crew. And they can man the helm for you, so you can just click around and the boat just kind of like does its own, like it steers itself easier. Like
yeah,
without, so you can move around. Like basically, you don't have to be at the controls to move it around like that. You can like operate another station.
Okay, makes sense. And so like the more crew you have, the easier it is to just treat the ship as like the player character, right? Does that make sense? Like kind of like an RTS.
A little bit, yeah. Like if you have two crew members, like you can have like one guy on the helm. You can have one guy on the salvage, like on a salvage cleaning station, a salvage table, like cleaning junk up for you to get treasure, while you're like manning the cannon or something. Yeah, and it's one of those. I mean, it's a fascinating game. Like, there's like historians for it on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep. Yeah, the kind of like Foxhole. Foxhole has a whole bunch of people. There's like literally like war journalists, people who pretend to be war journalists in Foxhole, which is kind of just like a made up thing.
Well, no, I mean there's like 20 years worth of history. You know what I mean? Like, so like there are people that like cover like the major events, like the major like famous players, like you know what I mean? Like yeah.
Yeah. So some players who are on Foxhole. Again, this is my exposure to Foxhole. is literally like YouTube videos
Mhm.
of people being like, "Here is this campaign. This was this battle at this campaign." And like,
Okay, yeah, it's the same thing, but like just more history. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Um, I don't know. Yeah, the quests are fun. I like playing the quests in the game. Um, I don't know. Mining and smithing are fun. Although smithing, like the fastest way to gain XP is like to go to like a dwarven blast furnace and like just melt gold bars really fast. Oh, dude, like the stock market, like for it, like the Grand Exchange, there are people who like make videos just about like flipping stuff. You know what I mean? And like
Hmm.
investments and stuff. Like, like there's many facets to it. Um, not too long, a few years ago, they changed it, but there used to be like big underground gambling scene.
I mean, I'm not surprised by that. Like,
Yeah.
specifically like nerd culture in that, right? In gambling is like, name a more iconic duo.
I mean,
Um,
people were like losing cars, like
yeah,
like
Magic
by
the
the
Gathering
yeah. Oh
is
yeah.
you know the one I'm talking about.
I've played Magic off and
Oh
on.
no, in the area where we used to like where when I used to live, I thought you knew about it, but there's like an underground like gambling racket based on
Oh,
yeah,
you're not the first person I've heard that from.
and like it to the point where the players who were doing it were actually throwing or not throwing. Like
Oh
it was
yeah,
like
it was
to a
rigged.
level rigged.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
no, it was rigged. No. I have confirmation to your suspicion there. Yeah, it's rigged.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Magic. Yeah. I don't know. It's a fun game, but just yeah.
I think it's right now. I think it's really compromised itself. Um, with a lot of the spin-offs, the crossovers and stuff. I can't really say that I'm too invested in it anymore.
I haven't played in
I've not been
years.
for a while. Yeah, exactly. So like, who am I to say anything? Like, if people want to enjoy their Final Fantasy and Spider-Man and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Godzilla or something crossovers, like one of the card games I like is almost nothing but random IPs. So like Godzilla and My Hero Academia or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Magic just kind of felt. I really liked Magic when I was growing up, and when it was very specifically just the Magic world.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I feel you. It's gotten too watered down with other stuff.
I mean, it's on a level from what I on the random YouTube channels that I pay attention to that are about Magic or something like Talarian University or something. Um, I don't know. It's just as our generation becomes older and older and gets more money than it used to have or something like that, it's very clear that they're targeting us with nostalgia bait
Mm-hmm.
and brand bait and I mean it's not just Magic the Gathering, right? Like it's Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Pokemon. But I don't know. Um, it just doesn't. I don't know. Consumerism has I've lost a lot of desire for random conspicuous consumption. It's just not affordable. Like a pack here, a pack there is fine, but like, gosh, I couldn't imagine buying like an ETB for Pokemon right now, right? Like $160 for like a $60 thing that used to cost $40.
No, I
Nope.
think I might. I think I'm looking more towards board gaming again.
Yeah, no, it was I getting this computer was the best decision I made. Like, as long as it lasts 10 years, right? Like that'll more than pay for itself. And I have no reason to think that this wouldn't last more than 10 years. Especially with the way like the chip we've literally reached the maximum efficiency of computer components right now, unless there's some breakthrough in like something else, quantum computing or something, right? You need bigger systems and you need more power. Like that, they can't make them smaller, they can't make them more efficient.
Yeah, you mean like just how small a transistor can just get.
Yeah. We're basically at that peak, and so like functionally speaking, until like unless they make something better, sorry, I'm just trying to get something ready for a mock-up here. Until they can like make better software or something more optimized, like until they optimize their computations or something like that, like we're at peak, give or take, right?
Yeah.
There's not really much more we can do.
Yeah, you're referring to like just the limits of silicon like transistor size, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm starting to get a second wind.
So
are you going for the reticule? Oh, you're still just documenting stuff. Nice.
well, no, I'm just like planning things out, like HUD and stuff. So
I
because
get
like
you.
I need to settle on aspect ratio. I need to settle on like sprite sizes. So I showed it to you. I gave you like a link, but I also had it on screen for just like a hot second. Let's see if I can't just open this. Nope, that's not the image. I just want to open up the image. So there's an old of all things, Ace Combat game. So Ace Combat's known for like a 3D arcade flight game. Well, they made a Game Boy Advanced version, and generally speaking, it's rated really poorly. Because it's just such a departure from the original game. But when I was looking at like actual gameplay footage and stuff, one, it was really similar to kind of like what I'm experimenting with right now in this one. And two, it actually had some like almost old school arcade design, top down like Galaga game design into it, but like reimagined for the Ace Combat kind of like arena fighting. So it's really close to what I kind of envision this one being, which maybe doesn't bode well if people didn't like this game. Ace Combat Advance, but I don't know. It moves real slow. I can show some video footage of it.
You sent me a link and I did check it out.
You did look at it? Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at it. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, so I'm just kind of like looking at that, seeing how much of that I want and what can maybe be improved upon and stuff, especially with like you don't have the small form factor of a Game Boy, you have a lot more power than a Game Boy, stuff like that. I am thinking that like the ship should probably be bigger. It's a shame because like the aspect ratio just doesn't quite work
Well, just
for top down.
drop in the other sprite or scale that one up, maybe. Just
Yeah,
scale.
yeah. You mean to just make this guy bigger?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm thinking too, like, how bad would it be to like have like just this? I didn't do a good job.
I know, but yeah, we've been kicking this idea around.
So just having like that visible, that center line visible, and then making these areas some kind of like either information or even like console, like button presses. Like you could click over here. Here's like everything is just controlled with the mouth, your hand, and like you actually literally have to come over here and click things. I don't know if I like that. I do think that it's probably better to allow everything to be keyboard, controller, mouse inputs than having to force interaction with the screen. So I'm talking myself out of that right now. But then what if it was like some kind of circle?
Where are you going with this?
So like I'm trying to think of like a radar, right? Like the radar effect, right? So obviously there's nothing necessarily wrong. Like what if it's like a UFO, right? What if like it's not quite, doesn't quite look like this, right? I can't. Can I like? No, I can't. Where it's kind of more like here is your window. Everything in this circular yellow is your window, and the rest is kind of like either radar, like kind of signal radar coded things, right? And like it looks like you're looking in a scope or something. I don't know. It's probably just needs to actually be implemented to think if it makes sense.
That's easier to do and it just works, you know.
Yeah. And again, if it's just like a demo, like a simple free thing on itch.io, web browser game, like that's gameplay is what matters first and anything like that. So I'm thinking that like I want there to be, let's see, can I get a TIE fighter?
TIE fighter.
Yeah, let's just get like the best TIE fighter in existence.
Oh, hey. Ironic Moronic, welcome back. Presentation is important too, yeah. But we were thinking more just like for the initial demo, but
yeah, so split between just testing out gameplay design and seeing if gameplay design is like engaging, and then finding ways to true that up. So like Vampire Survivor early on stream is a very well presented game. It's very intellectually like they knew what they were doing when they were trying to present that game, but it's also very minimalistic in art. But let's see, where is it? Best TIE fighter. You know the best TIE fighter, right?
We've been over this, yeah.
Yep, it's the best one. That's the one that gets represented here. Alrighty. Best one. Alright. We're gonna really shrink that down though. Now that I have a decent computer, I'm actually very tempted to get, if it's cheap, get the reboot of Rogue Fighter, Rogue Squadron, whatever they called it with EA.
Oh, I think I played it. It was like it was a few. It's pretty recent, right?
Yeah, yeah, very recent, very recent.
Yeah, I tried it out. It was fun. I didn't play it like too long, but
Yeah, it really does come down to like 3D flight controls. Really just does come down to oh man, like I guess what your theme, what your motif is, right? Because Ace Combat, going back to Ace Combat's like super arcadey, super duper arcade. Have you ever played an Ace Combat game?
no.
Yeah, so like I'm not a big like I'm not a fan. Like it's not that I dislike it. I just haven't played many. But the ones I played, um, it's like spatial awareness, right? And like kind of just keeping track of all the things around you and being able to look at your radar or something like that, right? And then like putting your plane in direction to then get to that thing. So in a situation like this game that in front of us, right? Um, the flight mode would be probably ideal to be how you get to places, right? Because like in this current like slipshod thing, it's definitely the fastest way to move to places, but it's not necessarily the most accurate to like engage things, right? Like I don't even know if anything's coming, even though I kind of like know the patterns and everything, right? And I can slow down, but like I'm, I mean, I guess I did pretty good there. But like if I can then just do something like this, loop around, slow down, then go into like hover mode, right? And like I know where they are, I can just, I think I annihilated everything off screen even. I don't know. Is that, do we have an intuition that that could be fun?
Yeah, could be.
And like what would be needed to make that fun? So like one easy concept is hover mode is more like a helicopter. So are you higher in the air or are you lower in the air? Is terrain starting to matter? Like if you're in a city, do you fly over things, but then you turn into a helicopter? Let's just say it's a helicopter, right? Turn into a helicopter. Do you now have the risk of hitting buildings while also having a smaller field of view?
Yeah, I think we were leaning that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do feel like I want to move this camera up a little bit. So let's move this. We call it a mech cam, but it's no longer a mech cam, hover cam. Nope, nope, that's the wrong one. I want to move. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Why is it? I thought I'm not allowed to. Can I just do that? Then I can move it? Okay, cool. So let's move.
Hold Alt.
Ah,
Thank you, ironic.
thank you very much. So then since we still have an orientation forward, I kind of like this a little bit more than centering it.
Yeah.
Completely lost the reticle, the cannon. That's not necessarily bad though. I don't think you really need the cannon. Okay. Let's see how easy. Do you think accuracy should factor into scoring? So that was something I was kind of leaning on myself. Is I like the concept that you get graded for accuracy.
Yeah, are you talking just like how many hits out of your total shots fired?
Yeah.
There you go.
Maybe like an accuracy modifier.
Ooh, yes.
I wonder how to implement a scoring system. I wonder if that should be tied to the player or is that tied to like the level?
I believe the tutorial has the answers to that. We just aren't there yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so going back to this, I think feedback is really important. So being able to
Oh, we got some backseat. You got a
yeah,
suggestion?
yeah.
Hey, we put suggestion is welcome for a reason. Don't feel bad.
So how would I do that? Is the better question. Because I don't know how to do that. I feel like that does sound like the better option because then you can, I would assume, have more control over the transition between the two things. Because ideally, in this mode, in this flying mode, which you'll see eventually, ideally, when I change, there would be some animation that kind of like justifies why suddenly I've stopped.
You want some transition on it.
Yeah. Dude, why can't I hit these? And see, that's another thing is like definitely some feedback on hits.
No. Oh, okay. There's properties you can just tweak pretty easily.
And would you control that in so the camera is in the player scene? So would I then control that in the player script?
See the follow-up?
Yeah, see it. I'm not too...
I gotta familiarize myself with LERP.
It's that interpolation.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
So then we would what? We would have to like... I'd have the camera. And I'd know exactly like, so this is the location of that. So I'm gonna write this down on paper so that I can then translate it into the code. Okay, so we're gonna say offset of camera. We're gonna say flight mode equals -21520. Oh, no, 2.0. px, y, fight mode. It's going to be. Do I have rotation? Really? Oh, we want this to be 0, slightly off. And we want fight to be 9808. Y. That one is zoom 6.75. This one is 0.5.
Yeah, then you could probably just put
And the vector 2 would be position.
Sounds that way. Oh, zoom is a vector too. Okay. Oh, you're just changing the raw. Okay. You're just swapping those variables in and out.
I think I want int, right? Am I doing that right? No, camera mode equals int, right? Nope, that's not right.
So I couldn't see. I didn't have you on. I had you on auto quality.
So if it's camera mode 1, we're going to say that is mech. Is that what I have it? Flight, no. Integer 0. And then zoom should be 0.75. Correctly, it's x then y, so it should be 0 from x, and then it should be 908. We're gonna call this jet. Fight and flight is just 2. Go mech and jet. This is 0.5. We're gonna have a set to default as camera. Mac, zoom. Call this one Mac offset.
Ooh, yeah, you're doing unnecessary work there.
Am I?
Yeah. Camera already has zoom and offset.
Got good call. Yeah, it's probably right there. All right, so let's look at the documentation. Can I pop this out? All right. So then, yeah, I can get rid of these two then. And then what I want to do is I want to have specifically defined variables for mech mode for jet mode. So, and then I can call those specifically defined variables and set the camera to that. So 0, 908.
I'm aware. Yeah, I just went over those in the tutorial, but he's not too familiar. He doesn't have a programming background, so I don't think he's ever heard of the concept.
No, I'm not familiar with magic numbers.
So basically, like, you're just like putting random numbers there. That's gonna make it harder to track down what they actually do later on. Like, you should define, like, you should probably, there's different ways you want to do it, different situations for the task, but like, define like values that aren't going to change as like a constant, like further back. Using enums to store data to easily get through by name when you need a number.
Ah,
Yeah.
so store 75 somewhere. So in principle, it's kind of like me creating this variable that I want to use, but it's even more fundamental than that.
It's just making sure that it's like defined somewhere clearly and then used properly, like where it's identified further on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You don't. Yeah. I won't. Yeah. I won't bring up an example in recent like indie game dev history, but yeah.
No.
You don't want it. Well, you don't
I'm
want to use
curious.
magic numbers.
No.
Did you hear the Stop Killing Games initiative?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear about like the one guy who like poo-pooed it?
The pirate software guy.
Yeah. Like
I don't know anything beyond those names.
a lot of his source code had that he did show on stream had a lot of magic numbers.
Got it.
Yeah.
And so, is it magic numbers what I'm currently doing and not defining it? Okay.
Yeah, by just plugging a number in wherever you need it willy nilly, and then like not like it'd be easy to forget what you exactly meant by that number.
Gotcha. I think the variables are pretty. If you can define the like, is the variable not even good enough? Is it?
Once you get through like the first two sections as a tutorial, like it goes over like he's like, hey, like get in the habit of statically typing stuff. Like you don't have to, but like in this tutorial we're gonna do it because it's good practice. Like, and he like.
So this isn't that Udemy thing.
Yeah, use enums here. Like, yeah, like.
Okay. Like I said, I am going to have to once I get the now that the player I feel like is in a decent spot. Probably just want to add like a missile thing, but I feel like that's going to be I need to learn some more things before that. I'll probably just go into that Udemy course.
Yep, correct.
Yep. Yep. All right. So let's see. Well, so I have that. We can then. I don't have to. I can just call mechcam, right? And then it's like a dot thing. So let's see. Go. Let's see if I can't just do this. So drag offset vertical. What does that mean? Relative vertical drag offset between.
Oh, and then like they're easy. Like if you're gonna update code later on, like declaring it somewhere else instead of having to go back and changing all those 7.5s everywhere. You know, like you could just boot one place and you're done.
Okay. So that wouldn't even you wouldn't even want that to be in the player script. You'd want these values to be somewhere more fundamental.
Um, Not necessarily. I had, like I said, like I haven't like looked over your code base in a while. Oh no, see, yeah, like that's what we don't know is like where to put stuff ideally. So like you're good, yeah, you're good there. We're just talking about like defining data and like using it like how to like where to define data within here is what we mean.
Okay.
Yep.
So currently this is the switch code, and this is the one that controls which camera is currently active. Obviously, it doesn't have lerp function to smooth between the two. Um, I had thought that I would be able to just use like define two cameras previously, and then instead of like modifying anything about them, just keeping those like static, and then lerping between the two. Um, I didn't. I don't know how lerping works in such a situation, so I didn't implement it. But if we can, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna make sure that this works. Okay, and then we're gonna back out. We're gonna make a Godot fork. Duplicate. We're gonna call this camera change. Now that you have two zoom levels, you can lerp between them. Okay, so then instead we can, I'm going to get rid of these. Get rid of these.
Oh, he gave you the line there. He's telling you he's okay. Yeah, lerp's just a function.
So this switch gets called in process. Is that good? Is that a good idea, or is it better to just have it in process and not have it call the function to switch? So then also too, I'm going to need to set player mode to something, which is fine. So we're going to player mode actually is set. Okay, so player mode is set if
If you do it under an action, it's only going to be one frame.
so if I have it in a function, I'm taking more frames to enact it. So by putting it in this function switch, it's going to take a few more frames to happen, one more frame to happen than it would if it was just in process. Guess I can just kill switch for now. Switch is no longer being called. Do process. So we'll check every moment what the player mode is. So I can do that. If player mode equals this, and then I can have an input for player mode. So flight mode, this, move back, input, if input, just release, let's do released.
You see the suggestion there? You see that metcam equal lerp line there?
Yeah.
Process? Okay.
Yeah, I just was getting the input to change player mode. And let's just see if this works real quick. So yeah, so now the default camera is still going to be mech, but it's not transitioning because the transition's broken. But it is player control is still working, which is fine. So this is working as anticipated. So then in process, we're saying, and I'm just going to do this here. I'll put a note here to demonstrate what this is. This is going to be note. Okay, is camera mode modifier saying?
Oh. You need to make that first mech cam match the second mech cam with dot zoom.
So does this need to be then if an if statement for if player mode to go to zip mode equals 1. Oh, look at that. You know, there is a transition. That was neat.
Sweet.
Typos everywhere. So then this should go back and forth. Look at that. Got some animation there. Coolio. And I assume we can do that for both. So then we can just piggyback onto this for the most part. And I'll just change zoom. What's the thing? I have it over here. Vertical offset. Target position. What is that? Nope. And the speed in this context is the rate of transition. Okay. Makes sense. Put that in real quick. Thank you for the suggestion. I was very curious how to better transition the cameras. This one. So I'm going to create. I don't know if I need to do an export. Variable cam speed equals 2. All right, so local is position. I'm actually going to keep the cam speed not on both. I want to see the distinction between the two. Go mech offset. I think that should work in theory. Well, that was definitely a faster zoom out, and that's a slower zoom in. And I do believe the rotation is wonky, but that's fine. I just didn't have, I can move the rotation controls up now. Let's see, rotation max. We'll do rotation speed. So this is, I want to do this for though. This is changes mech. Ooh, typos galore. Changes mech to jet. Changes jet to mech. And say rotation speed equals jet equals mech. Rotation speed is slower. And controls are, oh, sweet. Let's make this visible. Rotation's good. Controls are changing still, switching out. Transition back. Yeah, that's a seamless transition. Thank you for that. They have an offset property, so you could just keep them at position 0, 0. Is that the same as this node transform? That's what I'm currently using, obviously. Is that what this offset is versus position? So I can keep the position at 0 and just do offset. So you're saying then offset. So how does that change anything? Then we're gonna set both of these down to 0.
You try turning on position smoothing with this new setup?
I have not yet. So that did not work. What is offset doing? What is this tied to? Offset is relative offset, useful looking around, or camera shake. I think I'll keep it to position. That was working. And they're saying that like offset then would be we'd be able to call for offset to do like camera shake in case you get shot, right? So that might be pretty neat.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put a note there. And let's turn position smoothing on. I don't know what it's currently at. I really do like that transition though. That is a superior transition for a fact. Oh, I like that. I like strafing effect. Oh, like on the dime. Yeah, that transition's so much cleaner. That definitely adds a lot of feel for me. So I really, Ironic Moronic, thank you so much for that. That was a good tip. That's just, and that'll look so nice with like a transition animation. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's going to be like either jet engine, there's going to definitely be better transitions going on here. This is all basically gray boxing to experiment with concepts. I actually want to mess around with that real quick. We can change that here, but I'm going to change that in here. Also,
Yeah, that's a good point. Gotta paint stripes on it, man.
No. Yeah. Absolutely. Camera shake for engaging throttle. So like when there's like a throttle command that we just implemented, and this needs to be messed around with. But when in jet mode, the idea here is on Well, actually, I'll put this back to the 1. Let's see what that looks like. So it's like real slow, and then you can go real fast. And as you're going real fast, like as there's that transition, some kind of camera shake to like really sell, and then a camera shake as you come down a step, probably tied to the camera offsets. Yeah, you're right. Which on a level, like it's easy to work with right now, but having those camera effects, having those particle effects will matter for gameplay purposes too, because particle effects can get in the way of your aim, right? Camera shake will make your aim throw your aim off with the way controls work right now. And I was really curious about parallax. So Trail, speaking of parallax, since it's been brought up, with flight, and I'm scared about trying to implement parallax when I want to be able to interact directly with the ground. So like if there are SAM installations, radar dishes, or something that should be stationary on the ground and predictably stationary, I really do not know how to actually implement parallax in a way that is reliable in that manner. But it is definitely something that would maybe be able to sell that there is depth underneath the player character, right? Right now, technically, there's no distinction between the player character being a tank that's just moving really fast or a car moving really fast on the road, right? It's just the art assets will sell that it's a jet, right, or a UFO or something. Yeah, I'm completely on board. Now, what's your opinion, ironic moronic, with the lack of design selling, in my opinion? This might be a hot take with Vampire Survivors, because that was mentioned to me when kind of just mentioning like my concept for this, and I've never played this myself. I looked up some videos of it, and it absolutely gets into engaging gameplay after the fact. But the first few levels are very slow looking, and I mean, obviously there's the numbers, there's this bar that goes up and you're learning stuff, but
we were just talking about that and how like the tactics they use.
yeah, it's literally, it's so successful, I think, because it's just like, here's some gems, here's a treasure chest, here's a glowing bar. And it was super successful. Whereas like even this isn't really much at all, right? It's like maybe there's music, there absolutely has to be really good music. There's probably banger music. And then by the time you get to like, you ease in, you get to a flow state or something like that, and then it's just like chaos. Like, I don't know. Yes, absolutely. So, one thing we were talking about was hit registry. Hit registry is absolutely crucial. And like being able to give that feedback, both when you're getting hit and when you're hitting things. So So points definitely taken. All right, well. Yeah. Are you familiar with Sinistar? Speaking of asteroids, that we were talking about that earlier, that was actually going to be a little bit of an inspiration for at least the jet mode or the boss mode. Sinistar, I can't get the audio to play, but this game was just a lot of fun growing up. When this giant, let's see where he shows up at. Oh man, I wish I could. Maybe you'll hear it through a microphone.
Ooh, no, double you there.
Oh man.
Um,
He's like yelling at you, saying like run away from him, and he's like screaming as he's chasing you. I love what Sinistar did. It's basically a sequel to Asteroids. But yeah, definitely need to really guss up everything once we get everything in working order, and it doesn't look like we're too far away from it. Maybe, all right. Characters handling pretty reasonably. I think the sprites can just be swapped out and then trued up. Audio then needs to be worked and figuring out how to incorporate audio, animation transitions and such like that. But that's all like post, in my opinion, like post effects, right? That we can add pretty easily. So for me, my next target is going to be weapon types and enemy types.
Thank you. Oof. Caldrashi. Thanks for the follow.
Hey, Caldrash, thanks. Which one's very important? The transitions and like the feedback, the player feedback. Yes. So score system, audio, like kinetic feedback to your verbs. So whether it's boosting, like transitioning between modes, being hitting people. Yeah, I'm in agreement. The camera offset is going to be a great way to introduce some camera shake, so I'll have to mess around with that. But yeah, this is got homework to do.
Oh yeah,
hobbyist homework. Let's do it. But that being said, I did have a long day. I'm gonna be starting to wind down.
okay.
I don't know about
we can
you.
wind down. Yeah, we can wind down. We can take a minute, just chat a minute if you or whenever you feel like dipping. Just say the word. Whew. Yeah. So is this work gonna like he's still on the extra grind from work, or?
Yeah, we're winding down this month on the end of my phase, and then the beginning of the new one, which is great because 5 years of extra work. But there's a big hospital getting wrapped up. A lot of savings involved. Just was at site yesterday while it's still under construction.
Mhm.
That was fun. It's cool. Very good news for our program. We'll be able to get them a good amount of money back
Nice.
for all the stuff they invested in the hospital. So it's always good to be in a job that gives people money, right? People actually, well, not people. I wish it was people. Wish it was you and me, right? Not companies. But
yeah.
it eventually trickles down. Maybe to some people.
Yeah. Yeah. It's wacky.
But yeah, we're settling on a vacation for our anniversary at the end of next month. So we splurged on that. Dude, we saw for the first time targeted pricing.
Oh, I've been hearing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd heard about it too. I'd never seen it firsthand. But my partner was like searching for a while apparently, and yesterday gave me like a quote on one, and I was like, sounds good, let's do it, or something like that. But message was a little bit missed, and so I'm logging on today, and she's looking over my shoulder. She's like, wait, why are you getting that rate for that one? That one was $1,000 for me, and it was like substantially cheaper for me.
Dang.
Wild. I really do want to do. Why is it not hitting? Is the like what? Is it just like going through them? Maybe? Is it like not even?
I don't know, man.
That's
if you're
weird.
If you're winding down, it might be a problem better left for another day.
It has to be. It has to be a rendering thing. That's so weird. I can slow that down. Maybe it's going so fast. It's not. It's like the frame. It's not. It's like moving, but it's not rendered. So it's just like kind of like teleporting through it. So I had it up so high because I wanted it to look better. But let's make it a half of that. That's still pretty fast. Oh wait, you know, I bet you didn't update fully. It's an interesting burst fire too, because like one click is 2 shots, but if you hold it down, you only do 1 shot, and you're like, oh, you do another shot. So like, that's an interesting kind of dynamic, maybe.
Possibly. Possibly, yeah.
Oh, it's definitely hitting now. So maybe it was a speed render issue.
Way more getting through.
I really the one thing about enemy design, because that's really where the gameplay is, right? So there's all the gussing up everything, the presenting it really well. But if you don't have engaging like combat, right? So like really figuring out like what I want to do with gameplay design, combat design is probably going to be like a lot of work once the placeholders, the enemies are created, right? Designing their behavior is going to be very important. But I think it's probably easiest to just get them into a state where
Gotta
they
try
can
'em.
at least shoot at me.
Yeah, yeah, true. Yeah, before, yeah, that's definitely the more immediate concern.
So like turrets, I think I really do think turrets are going to be like a really good idea.
All right, yeah.
Because that they can be stationary. We can see if it's fun to dodge things, right?
Mm.
How to implement dodging. One aspect of the transition that I really like is and I don't know how necessarily to do it, would be to kind of like say missiles are coming at you. Well, as you're in flight mode, right? Like you can't really do much about it. You can like bank, you can like do maybe countermeasures or something. But what if you just turn into this mode and you shoot them? You just like stationary and you start to reverse and you just shoot. That
Uh,
might be fun.
maybe.
All right, but that if I keep talking,
You.
I'll never pop off.
All right. Well, thanks for the follow tonight, and ironic for the help.
Yes, like truly that really did matter. Like that was a incredible suggestion for the camera transitions. So thank you so much.
All right. Well, we'll be back. If anybody likes horror talk, might be coming with a stream, just chatting this weekend. We'll see. All right. Well,
Write down ideas. Write down ideas. Well, if I'm not there, write down ideas with your buddy because I want to do like I don't care if it's like a one screen game or something. Like I want to do a horror game.
okay. We'll write down some ideas. All right.
Yep.
And I am cutting the stream.